left, line up away at American 399.
Welcome to Runway DFW live. What happened to that camera? Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. We seem to have a technical difficulty with our main camera. Let me see if I can rectify that. That's what happens when you come on the air early. So why we came on the air early was because we're supposed to be seeing the departure of the Lufthansa A340-300 with a special livery. So I think we're still going to make it, but let me get another cable for our main camera. Stand by, listen to the music, and we'll be right back.
Roger, American 399. Cross 1A left, fire truck outside ground point 6000, north Alpha Bridge. takeoff, 18 left on FB Park position.
Well, a quick update for those of you who are just tuning in to Runway DFW at the appointed hour of 4 o'clock. Still working on getting our primary camera to work. The camera works, but so far I haven't been able to feed it into our system here. So that's what I'm working on. I'm working diligently to do that, and I hope to have a solution shortly. Otherwise, we'll just switch over to one main camera, but stand by.
Left line of Boyd, American 1355. Ground is Kepler, call 14, check them as well. After the bridge. Oh, thank you. Happy Park, 18 left there, takeoff, American 1355.
Well, third time appears to be the charm. We've got our main camera working just in time to see a rarely observed JetBlue aircraft here on this side of the airport. JetBlue only has a couple of flights a day out of here, I think to Boston. And this is the first JetBlue I've seen in quite a bit. I've only seen it a couple times here on the west side of DFW Airport. This is going to Boston. It's an Airbus A340. It is flight 1214. And yeah, I'll get rid of this music here in a second. Well, once again, welcome to Runway DFW. So a little bit of a surprise for us in the form of a JetBlue. The flights that go to the East Coast typically depart over on the east side of the airport, which we have only limited access to in terms of planes coming in and lifting off. We can't see them actually on the runway over there.
Okay, departure, American 1355, good day.
I honestly don't know how we'll top our Thursday night broadcast. If you were here, you were privy to seeing a very rarely seen sight anywhere in the world, especially at DFW, a 727. It was a USA Jet 727, and I believe our chat room indicated that was only one of fewer than 30 that remain flying in the world, the 727-200. It was a cargo plane, but it was fun to see. And, you know, 51 years ago when this airport opened, you wouldn't blink an eye at a 727. This place was lousy with 727s, but on Thursday night we got to see one coming and going. Very much fun. This is a 22-year-old Airbus A340. And as you may have read, JetBlue is cutting some routes, reducing service. It's got some problems financially. There's a few trains at, checking out on the number of years that plane has been around. A few trains at, a member of the channel. But he says this plane has only ever flown for JetBlue, and he didn't realize it was that old. I didn't realize it was. I guess I would have guessed that JetBlue was not quite that old as an airline. Channel member Dale Helton says hello to everybody. I see a few trains that says, I missed a 727. No, well, it's well documented on our Thursday night broadcast if you want to go back. H. Dot says, yeah, it was a fun stream and everybody was having a good time, and I thank everybody who was able to tune in for that. Gotta rebalance this tripod a little bit. Yeah, so we're keeping it on the JetBlue for the time being because Spike 744 asking what the temperature is. I haven't looked at METAR. According to my watch, it's 94 degrees Fahrenheit, 49 degrees, 49% humidity, relative humidity, and the wind out of the south at 9. We just missed. I tried to get set up early today. Oh, here's what I tried to get up to get online early for. We'll see that here in a second. It's the Star Alliance livery of Lufthansa. It's an A340-300. About my favorite, my second favorite aircraft after the 747. I'm partial to 4 engines. Now, what would be a real treat is if this plane would take off for us over here on the west side. So click your heels together and implore the good witch of the west. Or is it the east? There you see a Finnair tail back there. That's an A350-900. We'll be going back to Helsinki later in our broadcast. But I I just love this plane.
American 2066 DFW Tower, runway 18 right, clear to land, wind 17013.
So stop me if I'm repeating myself, but it's just because of those engines of this particular model. They often referred to as hairdryer engines, but it gives it that profile of a classic 1950s jetliner to me. I know this is a wide-body plane, unlike a 707 or a DC-8, but so we will hope to see this take off over here. Let's see what JetBlue is up to. I guess they're waiting for further instructions. And the dispatcher says 727 is coming back tonight. You know, I was kind of hoping that I wouldn't have a reason to stay too terribly late tonight, but who knows? Here's a look at Flight Radar 24. You get an idea. All those yellow rectangles are aircraft, and at this resolution they kind of bunch up on top of one another because there's so many of them here. And here's Gerard, one of our channel members and moderators. Hello to you, Gerard, over there in the Netherlands. Always good to see you.
Left JetBlue 1214.
I think I heard JetBlue 1214 just speaking. Tuesday Thompson says the 727 again, really? Brendan Rabbit says, looks like an airplane party at DFW. Well, it's usually pretty busy here until late at night. But on the west side, get a little glance at the old JetBlue. I don't think our chances of seeing, well, I can't, maybe too early to say as far as the Star Alliance livery of the Lufthansa. Now see, I stopped my camera action there, hoping that this would continue to start its takeoff. I think we may see the A340 over here today. Looks like it's coming our way. So again, it was due to leave before we were scheduled to go on the air. The Lufthansa plane was, so that is why we came on the air a little early. Fortunately, it gave us time to rectify our cable problems. So always a nice bonus to see the A340 lifting off on our side of the field. And again, this is one of those planes, well, you know, the 727, pretty rare sight in any configuration. The A340, there may be as few of those around as the 727s. Somebody would have to check that for me, but I know there weren't a lot of A340s built, and I know that there's not a lot of A340s still flying around the skies. So now we will get a nice look at the Star Alliance livery of the A340 Lufthansa. Going back to Frankfurt.
JetBlue 1214, contact departure, take care.
We'll see you at JetBlue 1214.
There's an American Eagle plane which is getting ready to take off ahead of this flight. This is flight 439 to Frankfurt. Let's get a look at all those engines there. There they are. 4 is greater than 2, as we all know here at Runway DFW.
Lufthansa 439 heavy DFW tower, runway 18 left, so line up away.
Good day, line up wait 18 left, Lufthansa 439 heavy.
It's got a line up and wait instruction. The American Eagle plane ahead of it is just taking off now. This reminds me of a time, I did a separate video on this once. We were looking at this plane, I don't know if it was a Star Alliance, but it was an A340, a Lufthansa, in this position, and one of the doors opened while it was sitting there on the tarmac, the right front door opened very briefly. We caught it on video, and then it shut, and then the plane took off. I'd never seen anything like that before.
Traffic holds in position at Whiskey Mike, cross runway 18 left, ground 0.85. Envoy 4274, contact departure, take care.
Departure Envoy 4274, see you.
Flight 3972, DFW tower, runway 18 right, clear to land, the wind 150 up 14, gust 20, caution light turbulence, heavy Airbus 340, departure for parallel. Alright, we're landing, traffic, your flight 3972.
A few trains that says this plane is named after the town of Dinslaken in western Germany. Dinslaken.
Clear for takeoff, 18 left, right heading 190, maintain clamp 10,000 feet, Lufthansa 439 heavy.
The Star Alliance logo, everyone. And typically this plane is takes a bit of time to get up in the sky. It's known for being underpowered, even though it's got 4 engines.
Line up and wait 18 left, Envoy 3940.
GPS 756 heavy DFW tower, runway 18 right, clear to land on 17012, gust 18.
Clear to land, 18 right, GPS 5756.
American local 970 DFW tower, traffic is 3 mile final for the right at Whiskey Kilo, cross runway 18 right, cross runway 18 left, and contact ground 0.85 the other side.
I must apologize, we don't have very good ATC reception today. I don't know if we can hear the tower at all. We can hear some of the cockpit conversation. And I've tried all sorts of different antennas and putting the antenna up higher and lower, and it just doesn't seem to work very well here. You would think that we'd be in a pretty good position to hear the tower from Founders Plaza here on the northwest side of the airport, but I've tried different radios too. It's not, so I can't blame my radio. As you can kind of see, we've got some puffy white clouds in the sky on this Saturday afternoon.
Left, clear for takeoff on 3954.
Sky 6520 DFW tower, runway 18 left, line up away.
Sky 6250.
Sky 6250, affirmative, runway 18 left, line up away.
18 left, line up away, 6250.
And there it goes. Auf Wiedersehen. Yeah, somebody, you can hear some of the air traffic control over the speakers here at Founders Plaza. You can hear the ATC, the tower part of it, here in the background over the speakers, but as far as our direct connection, it doesn't seem to be working very well. Well, Mark J454, did you try turning it on and off? Yeah, I did. Okay, so Q Brown, channel member, says according to Grok, there are fewer than 30 727s in operation, and for the A340, fewer than 50 in operation. So, okay, well, kind of in the same ballpark there. Channel member Hazel Kitching says hello. It's nice to see you again. Hope you are well. Thank you. Let's see, this is the camera I'm worried about. It's in the sun right now, and it. Yeah, we're on live. No, we're here till I don't know when.
We're watching. He's from Alabama.
Oh. Well, you're. Let's see. You're on TV right now. If you want to wave back, if you want, the camera's back there and you can wave to it. There you go. Welcome to DFW.
American Local 757 Heavy DFW Tower at Zulu cross runway 18 left, hold short, runway 18 right.
And now I have to sneeze, so I'm going to turn off my mic.
Right, local 757.
It was so loud you may have picked it up on the other microphone. Got a UPS, looks like it's like an A340, is that A340? I mean, sorry, an A300. No, that's a 767. Coming in from Ontario, California, flight 5756. And that's a relatively new plane. It born in March of last year. So fewer than, less than 2 years old. And we'll be getting a little closer look at that in a few minutes as it comes in for a parking at the UPS facility next door to us. It is, there's only 2 planes over there right now.
American Local 3, Foxtrot Victor, DFW Tower at Zulu, cross runway 18 left, hold short, runway 18 right.
Cross 18 left at Zulu, hold short 18 right. American Local 3, Foxtrot Victor.
A few trains out is among that rarefied group of our longest term members, 26 months. Less than half an hour and a wonderful mix of aircraft. An excellent afternoon at DFW for plane watching. Thank you so much. And I'm glad we could be on the air when you can see us, because I know that you are over there in England. Okay, so let's see if our luck holds out again with Air France coming our way. And I mean by luck holding out, by us getting to see this airplane take off in front of us. It's an A350-900, flight 159, going back to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris.
American Local 3, Foxtrot Victor at Zulu, cross runway 18 right, taxi via Charlie to the right.
Cross 18 right at Zulu, Charlie to the right. American Local 3, Foxtrot Victor.
Give way to the opposite direction. American aircraft will be turning off at Charlie 5.
Well, our Air France A350 going over to the east side. Can't win them all.
American 1923 DFW
Joseph Clearwater asking those small little cargo planes, how many pilots or crew on them, and do they have a bathroom in them? Well, I think typically they're designed to have a one-person crew. As far as restroom facilities, I don't know. I've never been on one. I don't have that. I don't have that level of information. Maybe somebody here knows if the super cargo masters types of planes have a bathroom. I suspect not. They don't fly very long routes. You know, only maybe an hour or so. There goes Air France. P1 says there are probably 30 727s flying in the Congo alone there, based on recent experiences. Interesting. Well, yeah, a lot of the older planes do go to what I guess are referred to as third world countries. Which don't have the budgets for big new planes. Here comes that UPS 767. Ron C. confirms no bathroom on a Caravan or Cargo Master. So we'll try to keep an eye on the Air France, so at least we may be able to get it rising from the east side of the airfield when it begins its journey back to Paris. Jeff in Mass 1 says, FYI, Air France A350s have to undergo an A-check every 1,000 hours of flying. Well, I don't know a lot about A-checks, but that seems like very often. When I say I don't know a lot about, I know some things about flying, but I don't know. I don't have all the ins and outs. I count on my viewers to help us out with that, and they are very good at doing that. So can we go in any tighter on this? Yes, we can. So here's the finale of the journey from Ontario, California. Left California 2 hours and 33 minutes ago. 1,800-mile trip. Typically the big planes park pretty close to where this is. It should be making a left turn, I would guess, soon, but you know what? I'm wrong. It's going behind the fence. Oh, there it goes.
South Bay, cross 18 left,
H-Shot says SDF, Louisville. I need a one-way ticket to that place. That's if you want to see UPS, that's where to go. I mean, we've got our share here. I'm not complaining. Okay, so Jeff in Mass says, remember that an A check is very limited and superficial. If they find an issue, may convert it into a B check. So there you go. Curtis Marduz checking in, channel member. Good afternoon from Midland, Texas. Just finished moving up here from Houston the last 2 days. Took my brother to the airport this morning, in which he had to connect in DFW to fly to Burbank. Sounds very complicated. But I'm glad you had a safe trip to your new home. Anna the dispatcher has a tale of woe here. One of our mods and channel members. So we had planned to go to my nephew's birthday party in Cleveland. We got to the airport around 1:30 for our 4 p.m. departure, and that was delayed an hour, then another hour, then another. Then it was canceled to continue. So then we stood in line at customer service for over an hour trying to get rebooked, only to be able to get to Louisville. Continued. After we got rebooked, I say my bag got on another flight to Cincinnati without me.
Ready, rail back, 2104.
Then I had a complete panic attack over it all, so we canceled it altogether, and then we went home. Oh man, that sounds like a very a trip from HE double hockey sticks. Anna says, I'm very upset at American. They were having IT issues and canceling flights by the dozen. Oh, I heard something about that. Yes. My goodness. Well, you're probably not alone in having had a similar experience, but that just goes to show how reliant we are these days on technology. You know, back in the day, I still remember when you would get on an airplane and they had a sheet with stickers, and the stickers had seat numbers on them. And they would peel the seat number from a sticker and adhere it to your boarding pass, and that was how they knew how many people were on the plane. But of course, it was all centralized at the gate. That was the only place that knew exactly how many people were on the plane, and then I would think they would have to, the gate agents would have to report all that back to the trafficking department at the airline, and then
RNAV Laren 1 left for takeoff, Delta 948.
And nowadays, you know, we've gotten advanced beyond that. We just saw American Flight 2104 to Minneapolis, St. Paul, a 737-800. Well, I'm really sorry, Anna, that you had to miss that event. I hope that there is some compensation in store for you from American Airlines. As we watch Delta I've never had an experience. I've had planes delayed, of course, but I've never had anything like that. I can understand your consternation. Delta Flight 948 is going to Los Angeles. It's an Airbus A340.
American 1260 at Whiskey Lima, cross runway 18 left, taxi via Foxtrot, Alpha, 0.65, top of the Alpha Bridge.
Now, some of you were asking about the weather. We do have, we of course have WeatherStar what is it, 4,000?
Ground approach, Delta 948, see you next time.
I can't even remember the name of it. Let me find our music for Weather Star. Here we go. Oh. Can't hear it unless we turn it up. So, Weather Star 4000 Plus saying it's 93 degrees here at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. It says mostly cloudy. I'm going to say mostly sunny. There you see some precipitation to the west of us on the radar map. And here in North Texas, it is 93 degrees Fahrenheit. Wind out of the south at about 9 miles an hour on Runway DFW. And the Weather Star display coming to us thanks to weatherstar.netbymatt.com. Thank you, netbymatt.com. You can look it up yourself. It's open to anybody to look at, and you can pop it on your screen and pretend you're in the 90s with your cable TV. John M. says, as I remember it, Walt, just before pushback, the flight attendants would count the passengers on the plane. Yeah, I suspect they probably still have to do that, just as a check. P1 says those 727s in the Congo were almost always flown by Russian pilots for some reason. There's O'Malley with a salute. Hello, O'Malley. A mod and channel member. Ronald Smith, channel member. My sister has been sitting in the East Texas Regional Airport in Longview this afternoon. Her 1:40 p.m. to DFW delayed by a maintenance issue. Huh. And while we're waiting for some more things to happen here, I do have some information about that fence there. See that temporary fence there? The in air quotes, the temporary fence that we've been dealing with now for it's been more than a year. Been about a year and a half. It's going on 2 years, I think. So there it is. It doesn't ruin the experience here at Founders Plaza, but it does get in the way of people who want to just, spread out a blanket on the lawn and watch the planes go by. It's kind of an eyesore too. It doesn't look like it was built as a permanent fence, and it wasn't. So here's what I found out from an airport source. That in August, the airport is planning to close down Founders Plaza. And yes, I said close down Founders Plaza. And the issue is, according to this source, that they were, the airport authority was concerned about cracks in the ground, fissures that were appearing just on the other side of that fence. Not only as a safety hazard to people who would, and kids who would, run up and down there, but also as an issue with the integrity of the area around Founders Plaza, the soil integrity. So they're going to close down Founders Plaza in August, according to this source, and do work to rebuild that area, to pack it in, to make sure it's more, the cracks are gone and they've addressed the issues which are causing that to happen. And after which I I can only assume that the Founders Plaza area would open again for business, we hope. So never fear, if that does happen, we'll operate out of Love Field for a bit. Dallas Love Field, the other airport here. It's got a United Airlines double play happening here. We just saw landing coming in from Denver, a 737-800, flight 1300.
1 left, line up and wait, American 2900.
17-year-old plane. And over yonder, we've got, that was on 18 right, here on 18 left. We've got this United aircraft. This is a 737-700. I haven't seen one of these in a while here.
1998.
So it's 27. It's a 27-year-old aircraft from the 20th century. Yeah, we see a lot of Dash 700s over at Love Field, which Southwest Airlines operates a bunch of those, but rarely do we see them over here at Founders, here at DFW Airport. Antonio says the blue earth on the United tail is much more pleasant to the eye than the yellow. Well, this is the newer livery, the one, both of which, of course, honor the heritage of Continental Airlines, which got merged with United. So anyway, we're talking about Founders Plaza again. No matter how long it takes for them to do this work, I would sure welcome the absence of the quote-unquote temporary fence from our midst. Let me check the METAR for you here. The METAR is the actual airport weather report. Wind out of the south, 13 knots, 15 miles an hour, 94 degrees Fahrenheit, 34 degrees Celsius. Scott Randon says good afternoon. Armad Beaker and Honeydew with some information about how to find out what equipment we use. It is in the description of every one of our live broadcasts.
RF B Park, Clifford takeoff, 20 left, United 5064.
Envoy 3573, DFW Tower, runway 18 left, line up away.
18 left, land and away, Envoy 3573.
Beaker and Honeydew, as I said, a channel member and moderator, got to visit the JSX hangar at Love Field this week for some possible business there working on their airplanes. Some possible business there working on their airplanes and repairs. Very cool. JSX, of course, is a big, well, I don't know how big it is, but it's, I think their home base is at Love Field. They provide scheduled charter flights, which sounds like an oxymoron, but That's what they do. They have their own terminal over at Love Field on the opposite side of
RNAV to Lair and clear for takeoff, 18 left.
where the terminal, where the passenger terminals are.
18 right, near the whole turret line.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm told this pilot here, this American Eagle plane, just reported an animal on runway 18 right. Now this plane is taking off from 18 left. We did get a report. Actually, we had a 777 American Airlines go around before we went on the air after the tower alerted it to a coyote on the runway. So it made a go around due to a coyote on the runway. Now I haven't seen it today. Perhaps those of you with 85-inch television screens watching this can confirm that, or maybe you've seen it in the background.
American 2081, visual 18 right. American 2081, DFW Tower, runway 18 right, clear to land. The wind 16015, caution wake turbine setting 772, wing 3 miles. Alright, clear line 18 right,
Anna, the dispatcher, says yes, JSX is headquartered here in Dallas. Thank you for that.
Runway 3573.
So again, I have not caught sight of the coyote. However, I do catch sight here of an airport vehicle, a little Jeep-like vehicle, which is apparently, I would guess it's in search of said coyote.
Alright, cross, 18 left at golf.
American 2046, traffic holds it up, cross runway 18 left, ground 46 miles off the bridge. 18 left at Alpha and Convoy 3080, contact departure, take care.
Departure video 3880.
Here comes a 777 from Seoul. American Flight 280 from Incheon International Airport, touching down, 777-200.
RNAV Lair and 18 left, clear takeoff, Convoy 3080.
I was on that flight last September, although at that time it was operated by a Dreamliner -9.
18 left on a point on board 3480.
1999.
So that's a 20th century 777. Celebrated 26 years of flying around as of April of this year. $6,800-mile journey, 12.5 hours in the sky.
DFW Tower, Delta 2811, visual 18 right. Envoy 3485, RNAV to Laren, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Laren 18 left, clear for takeoff, runway 3485.
Now, talking about wide-body jets on the docket today, about 5:30 Central Time, so less than about 45 minutes from now, or 40 minutes from now, we should be seeing a UPS MD-11 coming in from Louisville. I would guess that that plane would land on the east side, although we never know.
Departure runway 3880.
And in the right around 6 o'clock, we're supposed to get both a Cargo Lux and a Singapore 747 cargo planes taking off. Coming in now from Sacramento, I believe it is. Yes. An Airbus A321, flight 2081.
I have Larry, clear for takeoff 18 left, sky west 6395.
Runway 3485, contact departure, take care.
Roger, you do runway 3485.
So here once again is the Flight Radar 24 view of all the planes on the... We're on the left side of the screen there, and over on the east side of the screen is more planes. So zoom out a little bit from that, get you the big picture. Here comes an Airbus A300 in from Chicago Rockford International Airport, UPS flight 2750.
American 280 Heavy at Whiskey Lima, cross runway 18 left, contact ground 25.
Cross 18 left, ground 25, American 280 Heavy.
American 2081 at Whiskey Lima, cross runway 18 left, contact ground 25.
Alright, cross 18 left at
We should be seeing that in just a second or two.
6395, contact departure, take care.
Over to departure, make sure help sky west 6395.
Larry Brown, another long-term member of the channel, 26 months. A passage of time I'm happy with, says Larry. Well, I'm glad you're happy with that, and I thank you for that, and I thank all of you for watching right now, no matter whether you're a subscriber or a member. We're just happy to have you here with us on this Saturday afternoon. Antonia says, Cargolux is my favorite 747, and hopefully we'll get to bring that to you a little later today. Actually coming up in the next hour. Delta Flight 2811 from Salt Lake City, an Airbus A220 is next up. Hazel Kitching asking if I've got another cat since losing your other one. Do you mind me asking? Hazel, no, we have not yet. I can't say replace, because you can't replace a cat, really. But it just has, the situation hasn't come up. If I had a bet, if I was a betting man, I'd say at some point in the future we'll get another cat or two in the Runway DFW household, but for now it's not happening. But don't get us wrong, we love cats and animals of all kinds. We do, well, I shouldn't say we. Mrs. Runway DFW is taking care of a whole battalion of deer in our backyard. As many as, I think the most we counted was 21 at a time. She gives them some food to boost their nutrition. We've got several does out there. Well, I should say, what's the name for a baby deer? A baby deer. Is that a doe? No. A doe is a female deer. And Ray is a drop of golden sun, I know. A fawn, yes. Got several fawns that are prancing around our property. They can go fast too, those fawns. Well, here comes the A300 our way. And we say hello to the flight crew, finishing up an hour and 47-minute ride on that 23-year-old A300. And it's going to park in the pole position here.
Runway 3789, see it.
Nicholas says, hello, Walt, mods and community. Harry T, Walt, would you ever travel to Anchorage, Ted Stevens, to do plane spotting? That's a lot of 747s there. I know. We had kind of a taste of that on, I think it was Tuesday night. Am I remembering right? They all seem to go together. We had 4 747s in a span of 10 minutes. 3 of them landing here on the west side and 1 of them coming in on the east side. And that was pretty exciting. We stayed up late for that. Christian Legau says, any interesting planes we are going to see today? Well, we did see the A340-300 Lufthansa take off for Frankfurt with the Star Alliance livery. That's always fun to see. And we are expecting to see a couple of 747s right around 6 o'clock Central Time. A little more than an hour from now. We also expect to see an MD-11 come in. That's supposed to come in around in about a half hour from now, from Louisville. So there's always something to see. And also somebody said, let me check this. According to Jet Tip, we're going to be seeing let me see here. Well, I don't know. Oh yeah, USA Jet 727, which we saw earlier, which we saw Thursday night. I guess it's here, and it says it's going to be taking off at 8:30. So we will have to wait around for that if it happens. Can't not see a 727. We're talking about cats. Ron C., channel member, says the cat distribution system will deliver a cat when it's time. That's kind of the way I feel. When the time is right, we will know. Flight 1946 American Airlines from San Diego, California, is just about to touch down in Airbus A321neo. Here on Runway DFW. We never really did an official opening to the show today because we were kind of discombobulated in our first minutes waiting for we're trying to figure out why our signal from the camera, our number one main camera, this camera, wasn't reaching our switching device. Turns out we had two bad cables, or at least two cables that were not talking to our switcher.
Runway 18 left line of wind, direct 48.
So there's the flight from SoCal. And it is time to begin our broadcast. Well, not begin, but check in for another hour. It's 7 o'clock. It's 1700 hours. It's 5 o'clock here in the central time zone of the USA. Here on Runway DFW.
Tower American 2359, visual to play 18 right.
So, let's go. And I said, let's go.
Out of the blue of the western sky comes
Runway DFW.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwicker.
It's been so long since I played that, I didn't even remember how to do it. Welcome to our broadcast here, beginning the second hour of Runway DFW. So happy to have you here with us. We are live at Founders Plaza at DFW Airport, the official plane spotting spot for plane spotters, and we'll be here with you, I don't know, maybe till 8:30 when we see another 727, we'll see. But thanks for watching. We've got lots of great planes ahead, and I think in this next hour we're supposed to be seeing a couple of 747s leaving and a MD-11 arriving. So some multiple jet action here for you on Runway DFW, live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth Airport in Texas.
Alaska 646, with you now.
We have Alaska. Flight 646 is going to Portland, Oregon. That's a 737-800. A 20-year-old plane. see Finnair on the march. That Finnair plane, an A350-900 going back to Helsinki.
18 left, line up and wait, American 1774, good afternoon.
Frontier.
Echo Alpha, hold short 18 left, American 2359.
There's a bird
5646.
adorning its tail.
B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1774. 18 left, land point, American 2374.
So the animal on the tail of that Frontier jet, where is it? Does it not say? Oh, Thunder the Bison. Boy, I was wrong. I thought it looked like a bird to me in this viewfinder. Oh well. But yes, Thunder the Bison.
RNF Lauren, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 2374.
Steve Mick says, good evening, Walton crew. Pleased to have you with us on this Saturday.
Roger, American 1774, we'll see you.
Clear to go, 18 left, American 2009.
Runway 3428, DFW target after the traffic will cross downfield. Runway 18 left, line of void.
18 left, line of void, envoy 3428.
American 2374, 6 good morning.
Q Brown says, looks like you're getting a crowd out there beside you. Well, in addition to the people at the picnic table, just to my left there's a whole family stretched out on a blanket, enjoying the activities here. And they've also found a shady spot, as have I. Truth be told, this isn't the absolute best position to catch unobstructed views of the activities here, but it is among the shadier spots, so we'll take that on a 93-degree day. Well, I do like to see this. We're going to see Finnair take off from here on the west side today. Hurrah.
Right turn heading 190, 18 left, clear for takeoff, runway 3428.
It's Finnair Flight 20 going to Helsinki. Airbus A350-900. It is an 8-year-old aircraft. I think it was last year that Finnair started flying here. There's a United flight to Denver, which has been kind of parked up at the top of runway 18 left. I'm assuming because it's waiting for perhaps a slot to get into Denver Airport, but I don't know for sure.
Over departure, we'll see you on 3428.
Runway 3839, visual 1 in right. Runway 3839, East American afternoon, 100, 013. 118 right, clear to land, guide for Phillips, Airbus 350, will depart parallel. 1 in right, clear to land, Runway 3839.
Full short 18.
RNF Lauren, 18 left, clear for takeoff. On board 4303.
Andrea Molson says good night, everyone. I'm assuming that means you're headed out the door. Thank you for checking in, Andrea. Chuck TXK, channel member, Quadjet channel member. Hello to you there in Texarkana. Michael Schwarzkopf's channel member. Happy hot Saturday. Walt, being in the shade is a blessing. It is indeed. You know, it's not 93 degrees. We've got a little breeze. It's not terrible. I don't think I'd want to be out in the sun, though. Pretty sure I wouldn't want to be. Kush greeting us from Minneapolis, St. Paul in the USA. Spike 744 says DFW getting to be a real one world hub. Well, of course, One World is the alliance that American Airlines founded. It's a founding member of, and so Finnair's part of that. Qatar, Fiji. I'm sure there are some others that I'm. Alaska, I think.
18 left, clear for takeoff. RNAV, Lauren, American 24.
At least on some routes. I may be wrong about that. Christian Legau, love the shape of the Finnair plane. Well, I like that logo. I don't like the logo. I like the font that they've chosen. I think that font will stand the test of time. This is an A350-900, one of, let's see, that's also flown by, I think we saw Air France. With that, we've got Fiji flies that particular aircraft.
Discussion 18 left, flight away, United 2650 on. 2457, yeah.
Off to Helsinki on runway DFW.
Runway 3839, hold short 18 left to Gulf 8, it won't be long. Hold short 18 left on Gulf 8. Runway 3839, traffic will hold position, Gulf 8, cross runway 18 left, connect ground 18 left. 8 cross 20 left, ground runway 3839, get there, runway 3352, thanks for taking, let's go limit, cross runway 18 left, connect ground.
going in and out of the shadows of the clouds.
126.47, connect to Siva, heavy, good day.
Speaking of One World, so I guess I was right about Alaska Airlines being part of the One World Alliance. It's Flight 392 coming in from Portland, Oregon, 737-900. That's a 9-year-old aircraft. The Random Spotter. Hello, Luke. Sorry for my tardiness. Lawn work was calling before more storms roll in tonight and tomorrow. Listen,
18 left line up Kuwait American.
I totally get that. You got to get those honeydews out of the way. This United plane, which has been not stuck, but it's been waiting to take off for quite a while. Probably about 20 minutes or so, maybe more. It's finally lifting off. Flight 2655, this is, I lost it on the radar here.
RNAV B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1155.
Good afternoon, runway 18 left lamp, wind envoy 3075.
I do believe that's off to Denver, Colorado, an Airbus A319. Jeff in Mass 1 says, is Redbird going to eventually become the 4th major airport in DFW in Texas after DFW, Love Field, and Houston? I don't think so. Redbird is, I believe, now known as Dallas Executive Airport, but it was known for a long time as Redbird Airport. It is the next airport which will operate commercial flights, or at least it's scheduled to, is going to be McKinney Airport here in North Texas. The City Council has approved plans for to build a terminal there with at least, I think, 4 gates. And it's been reported that they're in talks with Avelo Airlines. Is it Avelo or Avelo? I'm not sure. To operate service from McKinney Airport. Now, McKinney is to the north of Dallas. Do I have that map here? Let me see if I have that map here. I recently popped a map in here.
RNAV B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, Gus, 6490.
Let me see if I can find it.
Departure, you have a good one, envoy 3075, thank you.
It's in my library of maps and such. Please stand by. Pretty sure I have it here. Here it is. Okay, there's our map of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So DFW there is indicated by an airplane icon, and then TKI, which is the airport code for McKinney National Airport. I think that's what they're calling it. McKinney National Airport is there, and pretty close to where it says the word Dallas down at the bottom of the screen is where Love Field is. I didn't mark Love Field off on this, but you can see that McKinney is quite a distance away from Dallas-Fort Worth, and even more so when you consider how long it takes to get there by car. So if you live in the area of McKinney, that would be a very convenient place from which to get on a plane. Now, it would not rival DFW Airport in terms of size or anything, but there are those who say that they don't want. I mean, I would think DFW Airport would be against any airport even cutting into a part of its airline's pie. So I don't know. But there are plans afoot to get McKinney Airport going as a destination, or as a as the third commercial airport in the North Texas region. I don't want to get kicked out of Founders Plaza, but I think that would be kind of a good idea to kind of spread things out. Now, I don't know in terms of air traffic control what kind of an impact that would have more commercial aircraft flying in and out of that field in McKinney, but I think I read somewhere they currently operate somewhere north of 300 general aviation flights out of McKinney Airport during the day. So.
Contact ground point 65 south of the bridge. Cross 18 left, Foxtrot Alpha, ground point 65. Bridge 2474, contact, Orange, good day.
Search your parking record, 2474, good day.
Seeing if I can get McKinney National Airport on the... There it is on the Flight Radar 24 map. Don't see any activity there right now. Barbara P. Sterling is saying hello. Hello, Barbara. Many hellos to you. Been crazy hard stuff, but here now. Very happy to see you, Barbara. Hope you're doing well. We have a very nice day for plane spotting here in North Texas. Got a UPS 767 coming in over on the east side of the airport. Let's take a look.
Behind Echo Alpha, hold short 1 left.
Tower 4895, visual 1 area. At 2 frequencies, check it 1, full start on board 4095, good to good afternoon, 118.011.
So we'll be seeing that plane adjacent to us in about 15 minutes or so. Runway DFW channel sponsor James Webb has chimed in from his perch on the West Coast to favor us with a $200 super chat. James, let me say this directly to you. James, thank you so much for your support of the channel. Much appreciated. It really helps us stay in business here, and we're happy to have you along during this afternoon. So thank you, James Webb. Here comes from Puerto Vallarta, American Flight 1215. set against our Simpsons sky this afternoon. Brian Small says, what does the heavy mean when pilots say that? That means it's a wide-body aircraft, I think. I don't know if it's based on the weight or just on that configuration, but I've only heard it used in connection with wide-bodied aircraft. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Tuesday Thompson says TKI, talking about McKinney Airport, has been a general aviation airport since 1979. At long last, it's going to have commercial flights. Well, we'll see. Q Braun, channel member. Heavy means maximum takeoff weight in excess of 300,000 pounds, so there are warnings, especially safety, when they take off. And they do produce a wake that can be something that planes taking off behind it have to take into consideration. Kind of like, you've seen on a lake, a boat will produce a wake of waves of water. Well, same thing happens with air currents, except you can't see them. American Eagle Embraer 175 coming in from Billings, Montana, flight 4095. You see some of those puffy white clouds in our afternoon sky. Tuesday Thompson says, no matter which airline serves TKI, I'm looking forward to more plane spotting. Quadjet channel member Payathon says, I'm thinking of streaming at Addison Airport. You know, I haven't really considered that. Addison Airport, another general aviation airport here in North Texas. I haven't done any scouting of Addison Airport to see where one might get a good look at the planes and to analyze, if you'd see. I'm assuming there's a lot of corporate jets that go in and out of there. But the key thing is the pacing, the rhythm of planes going in and out. Of course, here at DFW, it's very rare that we go more than 3 or 4 minutes without seeing an aircraft in our sights doing something or other. And when that doesn't happen, we can point our lens over at UPS, and we can watch the cargo going in and out. So there's lots of things to see over here, which are kind of unmatched at some other airports. Christian Legau says, hey Walt, have you seen any military airplanes land at DFW? Occasionally we will see some. Of course, we were here, was it last year, I think, when Air Force One landed, which is a military plane. And occasionally there'll be some military transports coming and going, not only U.S. based, but also international ones. But I haven't seen too many of those here, if at all. Abdi Rashid says, did I say that Qatar will fly in 15 minutes or so? Did I say that? Qatar serves DFW with 2 daily flights from Doha. Of course, that was interrupted for a day or two by the hostilities in the Middle East when a U.S. airbase in Qatar came under attack, and at least one plane from DFW was diverted to an airfield in Saudi Arabia. And also American Airlines, last I heard, had suspended its Qatar service from Philadelphia. I don't know what the status of that is currently. American Eagle 3365 from Zihuatanejo in Mexico is our next contestant. Ron C, channel member, says you could stream from 52F, where they get as many as 10 operations on a Saturday or Sunday if the weather is nice. Well, for a live broadcast, 10 operations is probably not going to cut it. I mean, it might be somewhere to go to if you're going to record some some planes and then play it back, kind of cut it all together so it runs for 5 or 10 minutes. But yeah, I see the big American flag over, and I don't think we get a good shot of it. No, we can't get a good shot of it from our main camera, but the big American flag over by a radar tower is at half staff. Let me suspend that information while we take a look at PSA. Oop the snoot. Is that PSA? No, that's AirCal, sorry. AirCal with the kind of 70s fluorescent orange look. Love the stripes down the fuselage. Coming in from Shanghai, next, American Flight 128. It's a 7879 Dreamliner. It's PSA. Okay? I misidentified that. Sorry. Again, I can't. Why? Let's see. AirCal. I'm trying to remember the difference between AirCal and PSA, but obviously I had that one wrong. Sorry. So here comes the big Dreamliner. Once again, that's Flight 128, American Airlines. Almost a 13-hour flight, 12 hours and 50 minutes, 7,300-mile route. Okay, so a spike gives me a little leeway there. AirCal did look similar. Q Brown says the PSA old school livery, orange stripes, and you know.
Tower American 420 for Trinity.
American 420 DFW aircraft for 17012, gust 17. Runway 18 right, clear to land, final Canada Air regional jet, 3 miles ahead.
18 right, clear to land, American 420.
Here comes that UPS 767 we saw landing a bit ago. That landed 11 minutes ago over on the east side. Still got about another 4 or 5 minutes before it can make it to our location. American Flight 2650 to Cancun is next on Flight Radar 24. It's an Airbus A321. James says, gotta love the shade today, Walt. Yes, it is a very good spot to be in. They have these canopies here above us, and I parked myself in a position where we'll get shade until very late afternoon. The sun will infringe on us at that time, but it's a little easier to deal with then. Crypto McFurdy says UPS still has its spoilers up, forgot to clean up after landing. Is that right? I couldn't see. So you get a better look here. Perhaps they've rectified that, I don't know. Here goes the American flight to Cancun, Mexico on runway DFW.
Echo Alpha short on the left.
Right, 2650, contact departure, good day.
2650, good day. DFW Tower American 2655, one direct.
Right, 2655, sir, good afternoon, wind 18012, gust 17.
Our channel member Patrick Lloyd with the greetings for everyone. Hello, Patrick. We're going to be greeted in just a couple minutes by American Airlines Flight 131 coming in from Venice, one of its newest routes. It'll be a 777-200.
Bravo 8, 18 left, American 499, good afternoon.
And close behind that, always an anticipated flight, the A350 1000 coming in from Hong Kong on Cathay Pacific, flight 876. So stand by for that.
Yeah, we'll cross 18 left at Zulu, hold short 1 right, UBS 57
Now I did promise some 747s earlier, which is what I had seen from one of our sources, but I don't see any currently in flight on the way to our location. We've got an Atlas Air coming in from Anchorage. It won't be here until about 8:30 tonight. And I think that's the only one I see. We do have an MD-11 which has left Louisville, UPS MD-11. It's supposed to be here just before 7 o'clock tonight, Central Time. So right now, 5:42 Central Time, so we should be here for the arrival of that aircraft.
So 499, roger.
Let me unfilter my...
Runway 18 left, American 1890.
Okay, so here comes the flight from Venice on Runway DFW.
RNAV Polaris, clear for takeoff from runway 18 left, American 1890.
That's a 24-year-old MD, I'm sorry, a 24-year-old 777 coming in from Venice after a 10-hour and 47-minute flight. Here's the UPS 767, which landed 19 minutes ago after coming on down from the UPS World Port in Louisville.
Good afternoon.
And we welcome the flight from Hong Kong.
Departure American 2229 block.
Making its way over to Terminal D now. Flight arriving about 9 minutes or about 11 minutes ahead of schedule. 14-hour and 20-minute flight from Hong Kong, 8,100 miles. And it's not a daily flight currently, but Cathay did announce within the last week or so that it will be expanding its DFW service to daily, starting I think early next year. Cathay also a One World partner of American Airlines, and that means a lot of connectivity options for people coming directly from Hong Kong who need to go to other parts of the US or Canada or Mexico or Central America. And of course the reverse is true for connecting to Asian destinations from Hong Kong. An A350 1000. Longer than an A380 Super Jumbo. A couple of feet, I'm told. Pandaman Kush, beautiful A350, lyric game voice saluting Cathay.
Outbound American 530, visual 18 right.
530 DFW heading flight 18010, runway 18 right, clear to land number 1.
Clear to land number 1, American 530.
Frontier flight 3277, RNAV to be parked.
Frontier 3277 is going to Salt Lake City. On the tail is Axel the Axolotl. I think we featured that on a thumbnail in the last week or so. It's an Airbus A321 off to Salt Lake.
Dallas American 1381, just outside of Navy 1 right visual.
American local 019, DFW tower, continue on Charlie to Alpha, hold short 18 right.
Charlie to Alpha, hold short 18 right, local 019.
American 1381, DFW tower, good afternoon, flight 18010, runway 18 right, clear to land, hold taxi for Bravo for crossing traffic. 18
right, clear to land, hold short of South, 28 Bravo for crossing traffic, American 1381.
And there it goes to Salt Lake City. American Flight 530 from Redmond in Oregon, I believe that is. Yes, Redmond, Oregon is next our next contestant on Runway DFW. Just about here. We have a super chat coming in from Spike744, a $10 super chat. Thank you, Walt, for bringing DFW to my living room. Yeah, I'm very, thank you for that. I'm very surprised that, I don't know, surprised, yeah, I guess I'm a little surprised that according to the most recent statistical information provided by YouTube, 52% of our viewers are watching on a TV set. And the next biggest batch is watching on a computer. And I would have thought there would be more smartphones and tablets involved, but smartphones come in third on that list, and tablets come in dead last. Now, personally, whenever I can, I try to watch streaming YouTube streams on a TV set.
And Tower American.
It's a very satisfactory experience.
Like Coyote here at Whiskey Hotel, just shy of 18 left.
Coyote report.
Yeah, he's off the runway. He's on the exiting Whiskey Hotel into the grass.
So if any of you see a coyote out there, but that was reported by a pilot. John M says big screen TV is the best. Lyric the Game Boy channel member watching on a phone. There's no wrong way to watch. I would just suggest if you have that as an option as watching on the TV. And most TVs have a smart function where you can get a YouTube app and watch. And those that are not equipped that way, you can go to Walmart or Amazon and get a little stick for about $20 to plug into your HDMI port, connect to your Wi-Fi, and watch to your heart's content. So that's another way to do it.
Line up away, 18 left, American 702.
American Eagle E-Jet checking in from Rapid City, number 175. I want to let you know that we'll be seeing another wide-body jet coming in very soon. It's Fiji Flight 890 from Nadi Airport. This will be an Airbus A350-900. It's going to be here in just about, well, it says 2 minutes. I think probably more like 3.
18 left, RNAV delay in American 702.
This is American Flight 702 going to San Juan, Puerto Rico, 737-800.
We'll use caution 18 left, line of avoid, American 558.
The tower alerting pilots once again to the appearance of a coyote astride the runways here on the west side.
Alright, B Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 558.
You might have seen a large plane in the background as we were watching that last plane take off. It's a 777 going to London Heathrow, Flight 20. It's going over the bridge to the east side of the airfield, 777-300ER. We have a 777-200 now in taxiing mode. It is crossing over runway 18 left, headed to a little bit of R&R over at the American Airlines hangar here on the west side. Mr. Santa Claus, ho ho ho! Thank you, Mr. Walt, for another great show. Mr. Santa Claus has been a member of the twin jet category for 7 months. So thank you, Mr. Santa Claus. Hope you're enjoying your summer vacation. Around the house, just reading Atlanta canceled 40 flights today due to bad weather. Well, we can't say the same for here. We've got very, I would call, excellent weather here at Dallas-Fort Worth. Lamb Fam checking us out on a laptop from Virginia. An E-Jet landing right in front of that triple, which is kind of betwixt runways 18 left and 18 right. That was American Flight 3527 coming in from Oklahoma City. And Embraer 175. Wow, have we gone through another hour already? I do believe we have.
Contact departure Skywest 360
Live in Filmo sound and in color. You're watching Runway DFW live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. We are beginning hour number 3 of this extravaganza with Fiji coming in from Nadi.
Clear to land 18 right and high speeds available on way 3981.
It's an A350-900. Flight 890. This is running about 90 minutes late today. Finishing up a 12-hour and 5-minute flight, 6,600 miles.
Echo with Lima and hold 720.
Scout 6047, wing left runway. Wing left runway, Scout 6047.
We'll fly on the high speed, wire right to land on 3825.
Welcome to JWW Visioneering, a new subscriber from down the road in Euless, Texas. I do believe we have a sticker on, it's only on the left side of the plane, we didn't see it earlier. I believe it has to do with, what's it called? Survivor 50. Does that have to do with the TV show? Maybe it does. Can't quite see it very clearly from my perspective, but there you go. Oops. Well, I didn't mean to do that again. Hold on. I think that does kind of look like the Survivor TV show logo there. Very subtle. Ryan McCall says Survivor's 50th season. All right. Farida Bed, channel member. Hello, friends. Speaking of channel members, let's see, we're 2 hours and a few minutes into the show right now. I think it's high time that we salute our channel members here at Runway DFW. So let us do that now. More music, I know, more music. This is part of the show where we say hello and thank you to all of our channel members. And so we shall. Top of the list is Runway DFW's official sponsor, James Webb, who chimed in with a big super chat earlier. Thank you, James Webb, for being the sponsor of this channel. Henceforth, we will scroll across the bottom of your screen all of our quad jet, tri-jet, and twin jet members of Runway DFW. A list compiled shortly before we went on the air this afternoon, so it should be pretty much up to date unless you become a new member since we began broadcasting. So we'll read off the names of our quad jet channel members as is our custom. And here they go. 757 Chip, thank you. Airplanes FRA, Alan J, Angela Smith, Anna the Dispatcher, Beaker and Honeydew, Bev A, Brian D, Chuck TXK, Cubs Win, Drone Oki, Dwayne C, S.O. Rents, James Webb, John Lipton, Josh Aldrich, Kevin D, Kirby Brooks Sr., KS Abgeek, Lori M, Michael Flannery, Michelle RS, Mike G, Netgear, Only Planes Network in Australia, thanks to them, Patrick Wooters, Pete Nordine, Payathon, S35 Bonanza Pilot, Sarah Deal, Skittles, Steve Lundaby, Texas Girl, The Grinch, TNT Oh My, and Will Hutchison. Those are our Quad Jet channel members, and for the next few minutes you'll see the names of our Tri-Jet and Twin Jet members of Runway DFW. Thanks to each of you for your very kind contributions to make this channel go. So forgive me there, I was using that little musical interlude to refill my insulated drink container. Get some more cold drink on this hot afternoon. American Flight 651 to Sacramento is an Airbus A321. American Flight 1803 is going to McAllen, Texas. It's an Airbus A319. A 20th century plane from American's fleet. do believe I spied a Qatar plane
RNAV B Park 18 left, clear for takeoff.
in motion. See if we can pick up on that. This should be an A350 1000. It's flight 730. It's going to Doha. And it's just left Terminal D. Our experience with this aircraft or this destination indicates that it will be going over to the east side for takeoff, but we never know really until we see it either making the turn for the bridge or not. So stand by. There's the METAR weather from Boot Doctor. My decoding of it says winds at 14 knots, 16 miles an hour, pretty much out of the south. 93 degrees Fahrenheit, 34 degrees Celsius.
Kind of around the middle.
Okay, Roger, thank you.
I think there's more coyote talk going on the ATC. Next to arrive, American Flight 4147 from San Antonio, Texas. This will be a number 175. Did I say American? American Eagle. Pretty clear day considering the heat here. A lot of times we have a lot of heat haze looking down in that direction towards the south end of the field, but today it looks pretty clear.
Line up and wait, runway 18 left, 2047.
Boatstone wants to know, is that a Dodge model with the Pan Am logo on it here on the Runway DFW anchor desk? No, it is a Ford Econoline Pan Am vehicle. I found this, I don't know, my grandson used to collect Hot Wheels cars, and I saw that once and I had to have it. So it's our little mascot today. I don't know that we can get a closer look at that, can we? Let's see. Let's see if I zoom this lens way out. And I do this, and then I do this. Is it focused that closely? I'm not sure. Plus it's in the shadows, so... Well, yeah, I don't think that's going to work out so well. Well, anyway. That's our little Pan Am vehicle. Let me reset this camera. So we will see Qatar taking off from our side of the field. That is a bonus. One of the longest flights that occurs from this location. Certainly among them. Flight 730 to Doha.
RNFB Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, Delta.
It's off on a 7,900 mile trek to Doha. Average flight time about 14 hours.
Power American A351 is Michigan bound, visual 1 right.
MR Rice likes our Pan Am van. I wish I could give you a little better look at that. Maybe I should have held it up to our anchored camera.
RNFB Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, 054005.
Wait, 18 left, Qatar departure, this is.
Just for the record, there goes Frontier Flight 1405 to Ontario, California, with Hamber, the California Condor on its tail. As we endure a gust of wind here at Founders Plaza.
Clear land 1 is right, American 2965.
We haven't had a really calm day here at Founders Plaza, it seems, in a couple of weeks. Sometimes, I mean, this is not as windy as it's been, but it's a pretty breezy afternoon.
One 8 left, clear for takeoff, Qatar departure, this is.
Frontier 1405, contact departure.
One 8 left line of away, envoy 3689. DFW Tower, American 2956, visual 18 right.
American 2956, DFW Tower, runway 18 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 18 right, American 29.
American 851 traffic will hold at Golf 8 cross runway 18 left, contact ground 185.
Cross 18 left at Golf 8 and contact 25, American 851.
American 665, the taxiway Alpha cross runway 18 left, contact ground 165 on the Alpha Bridge. Cross 18 left at Alpha.
Bridge, American 665.
American 2834 to Alpha cross runway 18 left, contact ground 165 on the Alpha Bridge.
We've got 1 8 left and 165 on the Alpha Bridge.
Qatar 508 heavy contact departure.
Departure, Qatar departure, this is, right.
Well, look who's here. It's Josh Aldrich, Quadjet channel member and moderator from Oklahoma City. Hello there, Josh. Good to see you. The Adventures of Gibby. Channel member says, I finally got to see Southwest's Freedom 1 livery today as it came in over White Rock Lake this morning in Dallas. Spike744 said that Qatar plane looks like it just came out of the car wash. I don't know if it has a wash facility here at DFW, but this flight 2956 coming in from Ontario, California, American Airlines.
Clear for takeoff, 1 8 left.
And that was a 737-800 taking off there in the background to Oklahoma City, American Eagle 3689, number 175.
Over departure, good day, envoy 3689.
Somebody was asking, I think I saw it in the chat, about this orange plane that was appearing in some of our shots. Let's see if we can get a look at it here. It's far away, so it's a little shaky. It's a Sun Country plane, often dubbed the Tide Pod livery. Sun Country based in Minneapolis, St. Paul. And they have a few flights in and out of here to Minneapolis. I think they go from here to Cancun as well, if I'm not mistaken. Josh said today we had the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds at the Tinker Air Show in Oklahoma City. That must have been cool. J.R. Melton checking out due to baseball. So I hope your team wins. Telly NZ, channel member, lurking on the side, but liked. Thank you, Telly. Got a United jet going to Denver, 737-800 over yonder. 17-year-old plane. And I want to thank again all of our channel members as we complete that compilation of their names. We have a new subscriber who's I have a pretty small monitor. I couldn't and the lettering is kind of tiny, so I couldn't make it out. But thank you for your subscription. It was Fun Show Adesanya. Did I pronounce that correctly? Probably not. So we welcome our new subscribers. If you're a new subscriber, that is your entree into the chat room, so hope you'll say hello once there's a 5-minute timeout that is associated with a new subscription. So after 5 minutes lets up, you can go right ahead and chime in if you choose. Got another flight coming in from Oklahoma City, Josh Aldridge territory. And that United to Denver is about to rotate here.
RNAV Blair, runway 18 left, cleared for takeoff, envoy 3486.
We'll see 89 2330.
Right, so before anything else major happens here, I think I'm gonna take a seat for a couple of minutes. The heat's kind of getting to me, even though we're in the shade. So just be a couple minutes, play some music, and I'll be right back here on Runway DFW. Alright, I'm back on mic here. As the elevator music from Nouveau Luxe. That's from their album Nice Music for Nice People. And you're nice people, so I'm glad you're here with us. You are looking right there at Avianca. As if you couldn't tell, it's Flight 443 going to San Salvador. It's an Airbus A320 Neo. It's got the current livery with the lowercase a Avianca, which the airline changed to, I think, last year. I don't think I've seen any of the old liveries recently, so maybe they've got them all switched over by now. This is a 17-year-old plane. The trip to San Salvador, 643 miles. No, I'm sorry, that's not right. I'm looking at the wrong plane. It's 1,400 miles. And it takes about 3 hours to get there from here. I need to take that crawl off the bottom of the screen. I'll do that in a second here.
Hotel American 1133, visual 13 right.
Because I am here. We are no longer on our brief respite. So let me accomplish that. Okay. Back to normal. Uncle Plane Guy says, I didn't know Avianca served DFW, only knew Volaris, Aeromexico, and Viva. Well, they only have a couple of flights a day, I think Avianca does. I think they've added a new destination. I think it was Bogota. I haven't seen that one yet, but I think it's Avianca that's flying here from Bogota in Colombia. I don't know if that's started yet, or I don't know what the timing of that flight is. We have another European-bound aircraft which is going to escape our immediate view. American Flight 48 to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. A 777-200 from the turn of the century. There it goes over the bridge.
At Whiskey Lima cross 18 left, 185.
Rohit Parkal, hello Walton everyone. Just got back on the red eye from my nation's capital of New Delhi. Spent an amazing day and a half. Well, we welcome you, Rohit. Glad to have you here from the other side of the world, and 30 minutes offset from the rest of our, well, from most of the rest of the world clockwise, right? Doesn't India time is offset by a half hour from at least from the US time and from Greenwich Mean Time. It's not totally unusual in the world for that to occur. Mary Extraordinaire. Nouveau-Luxe is awesome. I like their elevator music site. Yeah, you can, Nouveau-Luxe, you can, I think they've got a Patreon page, Nouveau-Luxe does. But they also have a YouTube page where you can listen to a lot of the Nouveau-Luxe music that we use here. We've got, I think, how much of that do we have?
20 right, clear lane, hold short of Bravo, Blue Street 5085.
We've got, I know it's more than an hour, maybe more than 2 hours of incidental music that we play for our chatstravaganza and for, you know, when we're not in the mood to talk for a while. Here comes Volaris Flight 800 coming in from Mexico City. It's an Airbus A321 on runway DFW. Volaris with the pixelated tail art.
Did you want us to stay on the runway and roll into Bravo, or do you want to exit airfield camp? Alright, exit prior to taxiway Bravo, pushing to big five.
RNAV to B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 2881.
Hello! Well, so good to see you guys. Look who's here. It's Ascending Dragon and Anna the Dispatcher. Right over there. Well, and so, from what I understand, you wouldn't be here if American Airlines hadn't failed you.
That is correct.
So,
it was a nightmare of a day.
Oh, have you ever had any experience like that before on an airline?
Never.
No.
Never. Not really.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad you're here.
Me too.
I imagine so. Is it your nephew, 1-year-old nephew? Is that it? And well, maybe you can share in with FaceTime or whatever you do.
I've gotten pictures.
Pictures,
so,
okay.
Yeah. But it's still sad.
I know. You can't replicate an event like that.
No.
And it's not like you were going overseas. You're just going where? Cincinnati. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but
it'll be out.
Yeah.
So we had date night and everything out here to inhale jet fumes and
inhale jet fumes, yes. Well, good. Well, relax and take some pictures. You got your picture taker. I almost called it a camera, but instead I called it a picture taker. So Anna, the dispatcher, and her husband ascending Dragon 1 are here. And if you missed Anna's earlier dispatches, they were on their way to Cincinnati to celebrate birthday number 1 of her nephew, 1-year-old nephew, and American Airlines couldn't get him there. They flew them as far as Louisville, I think she said. And then by that time, it was going to be too late to get to where they needed to be, so they just came back. It was American had been having some technical issues earlier this week with their information database of flights and passengers and whatnot. So a lot of flights were canceled, other flights were delayed, connections were missed. Big mess.
Good night, Envoy 3910.
American 2652 from Cancun is what you just saw there, an Airbus A321. Random spotter, Luke saying hi to Anna. Jacob loves hockey too, says 2 days till I lift off from DFW. Super 80 Adrian, my Saturday has been wonderfully lazy. Mine has not. Well, I did get a little... I was up early to mow a pasture which was badly in need of mowing. So I was rumbling around on the back of a John Deere for a couple of hours. And then I decided I needed a nap. So I took a little nap and hightailed it down here. Here's American Flight 404. It's coming in from Roatan in Mexico. No. I believe I'm wrong about that origination point. That's Roatan on an island just off the coast of Honduras. So I believe it's a Honduran city, Roatan is. It's an island. Okay, we mentioned earlier about an MD-11, UPS MD-11 coming in from Louisville. Well, unfortunately, it's going to be coming in on the east side, as is American Flight 153 from London Heathrow. But our long-distance lens will afford us the opportunity to view at least a little bit of the final approach of both of those aircraft. First of all, let's see, is that? I don't believe that does not look to me as a 787. It's a 7879 Dreamliner, so we're still looking out for that. So hang on there. I see it now. Again, this is very far off in the distance, and it will be interrupted several times by objects in the foreground.
R9B park line left, quick takeoff, American 1689.
That is about as much as that plane as we're going to see in the near term. But right behind it is the MD-11, the tri-jet. So hang on for that. Telly NZ, let's know if I've got some sunscreen on your legs there. Well, we're still kind of in the shade, and it is late afternoon, so it's not the intense part of the sunlight. So I think I'm gonna go for it. But thank you for your concern. Okay, I got the MD now in our sights. So again, this plane, as was the flight from London, they're landing on 17 Center, it looks like, over on the east side of the airport. This plane we'll get a much closer look at when it parks just to the south of us at the UPS terminus. So it's wrapping up a hour and a half flight from Louisville, 732 miles. Rohit Parkal, no point going to bed now. Time for some freshly brewed Java Joe and a hearty breakfast of sunny side up and avocado toast a while later. And making me hungry there, Rohit. Christian Legau says, hey Walt, is it true that planes have autopilot to help them land? Yes. I think it was the Lockheed L-1011 TriStar, which was the first to have automated landing, if I'm not mistaken. It was a very innovative plane. There's only one still flying around. I think it's operated by Northrop Grumman, I think, or Northrop, I'm not sure. But it was flying around earlier this week from a base in Palmdale, California. The only flying L-1011. Peter Sharp wants to know if Emirates will bring the Airbus A350-900 to Dallas-Fort Worth. I think currently they're flying the 777 here. I don't usually see it because it comes in the morning and it leaves before we ever get on the air. But I believe last time I looked it was 777, and I don't know what they're... They did fly at one time the A380 here. Emirates did. We are currently without the King of the Skies in our presence here, at least on a scheduled basis. And as we note as frequently as we can, the A380 will return to DFW later this summer in August with a kangaroo on its tail coming from Sydney. The spirit of Australia. So we'll very much look forward to that because we haven't seen the A380 since British Airways suspended its service to DFW earlier this year. Which, had you been with us, you would have seen live on Runway DFW. Okay, we did promise some 747s earlier today, the first of which is now on the radar. Singapore Airlines Flight 7369, a 747-400, 21-year-old plane, is going to Brussels, Belgium, and it has now lit up on the radar. And there it is. Courtesy of Flight Radar 24. So we'll keep an eye on that. I think last week when we were here, that plane taxied over to the east side for takeoff to Brussels. But I have seen it take off from this side as well. So we'll see. I say hello to our friend and Quadjet channel member, Sarah Deal. Hello, Sarah. From up there in Baston. Braylon J.L. says, can you catch Air Canada? Well, not with my bare hands, but is it coming in? Yes, it is. And it's coming in on this side. So we'll see it in about 3 minutes. Flight 1029 from Toronto. It'll be an Airbus A220. And it'll be coming in right after American Airlines Flight 3053 from Eugene, Oregon. And that will be an Airbus A320. Oh, so 2 A320s. Okay. I get it. So we shall catch the Air Canada aircraft. So an Airbus A320 double play. You know, I have a jingle for that. I should find it. Okay, Air Canada is next on our docket. Looking around to see if the 747 has made an appearance yet. I think we were 747 free on our Thursday night show, but that really didn't matter because we got to see a 727. That was very cool. And we may get to see one tonight as well. So let's see how our luck holds out. And if I hold out. Yeah, it's a hot one today. I'm very surprised that none of our cameras have given up the ghost here in the Texas summer heat. I probably shouldn't say that too soon. For those of you who are new to Runway DFW or DFW Airport, yes, we do have a lot of American Airlines planes. They constitute upwards of 80% between American Eagle and American Airlines of the passenger traffic here. They dominate this airport, but we see enough of the of other airlines here to kind of make up for it.
Runway 37, heading for the negative. 20 right for the land, 37, 3075, yep. Line up for white 18 left.
Queen alert. Queen alert. Singapore Airlines cargo going to Brussels. 4 is greater than 2. Just for the record, DFW has no passenger 747 flights. I don't know when the last one was, but it was before I started doing this 3.5 years ago.
On a B park, 18 left with this takeoff.
20 left, line up for 8, American 1243.
Echo Alpha short of 1 left American 1280. And just American 1280, we're parked to wing right. Alright, head south on Echo, we'll touch on American 1280.
CM says, still depresses me that Boeing ceased production of the 747. Well, you know, it's been in production for I think more than 50 years altogether. So that's a pretty good long lifespan for the production of any aircraft, much less the operation of it. And it will, you know, this will go on flying passengers for, you know, the short term and cargo for a longer term, because they only built the last one a couple of years ago. Rohit says, Walt, remember the days when planes had black nose cones? They looked awesome. I agree with that. We still see that occasionally. Didn't the PSA... Now, we saw the PSA American Airlines livery earlier this afternoon. I believe it had a white nose cone. Take a look over here at the One World livery of Alaska Airlines. I believe this is a 737-900. It is going to Seattle, flight 317. So we've seen the Alaska One World livery, we've seen the Lufthansa Star Alliance livery this afternoon. And we hope to see a 747 take off from over here on the west side, but can't guarantee that quite yet. Out of sight, although it may enter into this image as it taxis, a UPS 767 going to San Antonio, Texas. Flight 5798. Our camera lens on this camera isn't wide enough to show you both of them. And, you know, we were just speaking about the PSA livery, and here it is. And yes, the nose is white. I do believe originally, did this not have a black nose cone in the PSA American Airlines livery? I believe it did. Does it still have the smile? Oh yes, it has the smile. I can see when I zoom in on my monitor here. This is flight 2235 going to Denver, Colorado, in Airbus A321.
Yes, we do, but it's going to need to follow up. So we can go, we'll look it up.
Definitely says PSA on the tail.
Partially blocked. Right, UPS 5798, cross white right,
Ooh, I do think we're going to see Singapore 747 taking off from 18 left. Very cool. Can we pull back here? So it looks like the UPS 767 will be first out after this plane. And then we'll get the Singapore cargo headed to Brussels. Flight 5798 to San Antonio is this 767. This is a 23-year-old plane right there. Mike G with a 10-pound super chat. Thank you, Mike G. Another great show. Will we be seeing the 727 again in the future? Well, I haven't checked all my sources yet, but there's an indication from JetTip that we will be seeing it tonight. Apparently it is here right now on our stage. It's here somewhere out of our sight. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to see it. The time is about 8:30. So about an hour and a half from now. So we'll see what happens. Meanwhile, didn't we have an MD-11 land over there at the east side a few minutes ago? Oh, I see it now. We did have that. So we've got a very good collection of wide-body planes here right now. This is the MD-11 that came in from Louisville. And just for the record, we will give you its age as soon as we pot up our singers. 1992. Be 33 years old next month. And now, the Queen, Her Majesty. Once again, this is going to Brussels, flight 7369, a 747-400, which is 21 years old. Peter S. says the 727 is 45 minutes out, passing San Antonio now. Excellent. It is a USA jet, and I think, I was trying to jog my memory. I had seen a USA jet, I think it was a DC-9 in cargo configuration operating at Love Field I can't remember how long ago it was. But I'd never seen the 727. I'd never seen a 727 on this channel in operation. Of course, if you dial it back 51 years to the dawn of DFW Airport, you wouldn't even take notice if you saw a 727, because they were so very common. Quick look now at the tri-jet on approach. Keeping an eye on the 747, we'll watch that take off shortly.
Okay, no worries.
So we've been keeping a clock on this. This plane landed 20 minutes ago over on the east side, and it's been taxiing ever since. appears to be taking the pole position at the UPS depot just to the south of us. So thank you, Singapore Airlines Cargo, for not taking off while we watched this tri-jet come into its berth. Jeff in Mass 1 says, this just in, budget airline Avalo expects 3 flights a day when McKinney Airport opens up next year. Well, that's not going to set the world on fire, is it? But I guess it's a start. We were talking about it earlier in the broadcast. Here's a map of where McKinney Airport with the designation TKI is located relative to DFW Airport. And you can see it's quite a distance away. There's downtown Dallas is where it says Dallas, and just to the north of where it says Dallas is Love Field. I didn't put that on the map, but you can see how far away it is. And TKI is in McKinney, Texas, and it's a very fast-growing part of the metropolitan area. Especially to the north of it is a fast-growing area. And so you can see it's quite a ways from DFW, so I would think that it would be a beneficial airport to have here in this area as a third airport for commercial flights after Dallas, Fort Worth, and Love Field. With 3 flights a day, well, you know, that's a start.
Alright, 2374 request 1811 at Gulf 8, American 2274.
Singapore, flight 73692, Brussels, now poised for takeoff.
Left, ground point 5, ground point 65. Departure today, envoy 3805.
Jeff in Mass 1 says Avalo expects to serve 130,000 passengers in the first year, then grow to 450,000 within 3 years. Well, all the best to them. We welcome a new subscriber. My eyeballs can't see that that font at this where I am with the sunlight. So, but thank you for subscribing to Runway DFW. Much appreciated. You guys doing okay over there? You need a water? I have a water. It's kind of somewhat cold. Do you want one too?
We can share.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I don't want anybody dehydrating over here.
18 left. Line up and wait on 134.50.
Discover 6532 traffic will hold a position exalting cross from my 18 left and taxi via the out route.
Bit smoky, those 4 giant engines. That does remind me, though, of seeing video, or maybe it's film, from the days when 707s and DC-8s used to ply the skies. They'd take off, and it looked like they were smoking cigars back there. There was a lot of smoke coming out. They've really improved and cleaned up the jet engine technology over the course of those many decades, since the first generation of passenger jets. Alexander Olmsted, hello everyone from Denver International Airport. I work at the airport. It's dinner time and I'm on my break. So we are happy you can spend some of your time away from dealing with, I guess, planes at Denver to watching planes here in Dallas-Fort Worth. Jeff and Mass talking about also the McKinney Airport. In the beginning, they expect the people who are running McKinney Airport, they expect Spirit, Allegiant, and Frontier may come in too. Well, now that would make, that kind of combination would get that airport on the map, I would say. This Delta flight 2643, is going to Minneapolis-St. Paul, one of the Delta hubs. It's an Airbus A320.
1998.
So we're talking about a 26-year-old plane there. Be 27 in November. Has the older Delta livery. I see some emergency vehicles are headed out onto the airfield. We see this generally at least once during each broadcast, and it's usually not, it almost never has to do with an airplane. But we can't say for sure just yet. I think we have a go-around coming up here.
Heading 2000, make contact 2465.
So it looks like the go-around is involving American Flight 2465 to Santa Ana, or from Santa Ana. Sounds as though the go-round was initiated by the tower, but I couldn't hear what the concern might have been. So another lap before it comes down. Turkish flight 191 is on a roll. It'll be headed back to Istanbul. Do I see it yet? I do not see it in my viewfinder yet. I'll let you know when I do.
Working on it. Sorry, full control. Yes, sir. You're just going to go all the way around the runway to the southwest out there. Command is heading to the southwest pattern. We're going to have one doing the special on 1
Trevin Wood, airplane Trev, saying hello. New subscriber. Welcome, Trevin. Actually, just to your left in the black shirt and gray hat. Good to find new spotting channels to follow. I see Trevin, and glad to see you here. Thank you, Trevin. Flight 1617, American Airlines coming in from San Diego, and Airbus A321 is our next guest.
Echo is fuel 4218 left, on place 326.
Swing our camera one around, and we swung it around a little too late, I guess. Let's see here. There it is. Yeah, regarding go-arounds, we did have, I wish we had been able to catch it on camera, we had a 777 going around as I was setting up here today. And I believe that was also initiated by the tower. There's the Turkish plane.
We got Fox 360.
So actually that Turkish plane came in from Istanbul. It landed over on the east side, which is why we were not seeing it. Where did it go now? There it is. So it's going back to its parking space at Terminal D. Good evening to you, Joey Chan. Douglas 44 wants to know, will I be going to DFW next Saturday? Typically I do, but it's too far in advance. I don't plan that far ahead. You may have noticed that last arrival looked a little askew in terms of where it was landing. These planes are landing on 17 left, the nominal takeoff runway. And usually they're segregated. Left is takeoffs, 18 right is arrivals, but they appear to have closed 18 right. Perhaps that has to do with that pesky coyote that keeps being observed. So we've got a couple of planes, let's see. Viva Aerobus from Querétaro, Mexico, next coming in on 18 left. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 planes lined up to take off from 18 left. So we have a bit of a jam here for just a short bit. The colorful Viva Aerobus about to come into view. So I think they've reopened 18 right, and the tower is asking if planes that are on approach can switch over at this point to clear things up. if we've identified ourselves recently. You're watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, about 22 minutes after 7 o'clock. And we do hope to bring you the arrival of a 727 cargo plane. Yes, 727. I didn't say 737 or 747 or 757 or 777 or 767. A 727. And I think it's on the way here right now. Another plane coming in on 18 left.
20 left on way, 4026. Cross left, hold short when right,
Let me take a sip of refreshing water here. My crew says planes are lining up for 13 right on Flight Radar 24. And as we take a look at Flight Radar 24 there, you can see American Flight 1659 coming in from Los Angeles there. 13 right is to the right of our position, or west. It's a diagonal runway from the north, at least in this configuration, from the northwest to the southeast, and it handles kind of overflow traffic. Sometimes it just handles traffic because there's so many planes coming in and out of here. American Eagle 3789 from Amarillo, Texas is going to be seen by us presently. It's number 175. Well, Doctor says plenty of planes in the run-up area. This is a popular time to depart. Well, I think it's kind of compounded by the fact that they had to restrict the traffic on 18 left. Well, we've had additional traffic on 18 left, taking into consideration arrivals and departures. Colleen, NOAA Radio. Hello, is there going to be a United 737 soon? I don't know. Let's take a look at Flight Radar to see the USA Jet 727 coming in from Guadalajara. It's just to the southeast of us now, southwest of us now, I should say. due in around 7:49. So what about 25 minutes or so? Yeah, a little less. There's what it looks like. See if we can give you the, I don't know, check out, see if we can give you a 3D view of this. See if we have a good enough connection to do that. Well, here's the flight radar 3D view. Does it show a, no, it just shows a generic plane. It doesn't show a 727 in flight. That's how unusual they are, but it's headed our way. They are doing some unloading on the MD-11, which came in just a bit ago. Got the door open, the lower cargo door on this side. And they appear to be at work, the UPS crews do. Telly NZ off back to New Zealand. Spot y'all later. Thanks for hanging out with us. Jeff in Mass 1 wants to know what's the temperature currently at DFW Airport according to METAR. 92 degrees Fahrenheit, 33 degrees Celsius. Wind out of the south, 13 knots, 15 miles an hour. So we eagerly await the arrival of the 727. USA Jet Airlines, it's a 44-year-old plane. 727-200 for the record, and for those who want to know, it's its registration number is N727US, and as we found out on our Thursday night show, that's a former American Airlines aircraft. So yeah, this plane here used to fly for American Airlines. There's a better than zero chance that I was on that plane once in its passenger configuration. Well, you can see the sun headed into the. We're about to get golden hour here. We get a golden hour arrival for our 727. That'll be nice. Jeff in Mass wants to know if I'm staying hydrated. I am. I've got a mug full of ice water. So thank you. Texas Girl. Hello, Texas Girl. Good evening from South Dakota. So we saw her last here at Runway DFW. She was hanging out with me and with 757 Chip on Thursday night. Well, now she's in South Dakota on a family visit. So I hope you have a great time, Texas Girl. So good to see you here for a little bit. Texas Girl wants to know if I saw the pictures that she emailed me. I did. I've been too busy, and thank you for sharing those. Those are great pictures. I was of the 727 that was here on Thursday night that she and Chip saw. My flight radar is zeroed in on the 727. I don't have the lowdown on where this is going quite yet. You may hear the sirens there. We do have at least one ambulance. Well, an ambulance and a fire truck headed out. Colleen, NOAA Radio, I could email you some jets from the temple area from a friend. You know, I was going to show, and I don't know if I can do this here.
Left, line up and wait on board 3358.
Let me see if I can do this. I have to take my phone out of its cradle. We do have a relatively new feature here at Runway DFW on our YouTube channel. It's called our community page. And I think we can show it to you here. Here it is. It's only on mobile. It's not on desktop or TV. But you can see here, and I hadn't even seen these yet. Oh, look at those shots from Just Plains Crazy. Sunset night pics from DFW. 737-800 main mode of transportation. Very nice. Beautiful. The Zane Explorer with some pictures for us. And so this is a place where not only can you, comment or make suggestions, but you can also post your photographs. There's some more from the Zane Explorer. A nice one from Runway Collin County. So I would encourage you, if you're so inclined, to get involved. The Runway DFW community page on our YouTube channel. I have to say, I'm not much of a... I think we have a Facebook page, and I know we have an Instagram page, but I don't really do anything on those. At least not currently, so... check out that if you want to kind of chime in. Let's go back and check where the USA Jet 727 is relative to where we are. You see that dotted line indicates the general direction of DFW Airport.
RNF2B parked there for takeoff 18 left on board 3450.
So it's not too far away at all. Very exciting. Oh, we were just talking about 757 Chip. He is... That's not a good shot. 757 Chip saying good evening, cooling down after mowing the lawn. Chip is in Central Texas, and it's if it's anything like here, it's a hot day.
RNF to learn, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 789.
Let's see what we got right there. It's American Flight 3007. Is it? think that's American Flight 2740, 7879 Dreamliner. That is going to Chicago O'Hare. And then coming up behind it, we have American Flight 3007, a 777-200, which is going to Los Angeles. And we'll take a look at that. So we've got a couple of wide bodies in line for us here on the west side.
American 866 Echo Whiskey Mike, hold for the line left. Quick departure, American 789.
American Flight 947 from Bozeman, Montana is next to pop in. It's a 737-800. Trevin Wood says, wait, when is Founders Plaza closing? I'm in Dallas for 3 months. I'll be sad if I can't come here. Well, as we noted earlier in the broadcast, I was told by a source here at DFW Airport that Founders Plaza will be closing in August. Now that's a tentative time, and no specific date is available. But that's what I've been told. They're going to be doing, that bird is sitting on the temporary fence, which has been there now for almost 2 years, that temporary fence. So apparently they're going to address the issues that are affiliated with the temporary fence. That is to say, there are some cracks in the earth on the incline surrounding Founders Plaza. And so they're going to address those issues by doing filling in and packing and all that kind of stuff. And so it is our information that Founders Plaza will be closed for a time in August, tentatively, while they do that work. Not permanently. And after which they will remove the temporary fence, which will be super. Love to see that gone.
Middle end, 1 right, American 11-7.
This is flight 1430 going to San Francisco, an Airbus A321 Neo. Once again, we're on standby for the arrival of a 727 cargo plane. It is now about 6 or 7 minutes away. So wake the neighbors, call your relatives. USA Jet Airlines Flight 727 is flying its 727 here.
Okay.
757 Chip says, time to break out my nearly 50-year-old textbook on soil mechanics. Ah, yes. Well, there you see a couple of Americans' big jets, nose to nose. American Flight 3007. No, I'm sorry. That's Flight 511 going to Toronto there on the left. That's a Airbus A321 Neo.
Runway 18 right on board 25 minutes.
Okay, now I think we're going to have two of Americans' big jets nose to nose here. Flight 3007, 777-200 off to LAX.
Whiskey Lima, hold for the wide left for American 1170.
American 2635 at Gulf East, cross point left, ground 25,
Off it goes to the City of Angels. Flight 2298 to Portland, Oregon is next to take off. It is an Airbus A321 Neo. That's the one on the left. The one on the right is Flight 2740 to Chicago O'Hare, 7879 Dreamliner. Jeff in Mass says, so where will you be, Walt, in August? Well, I do conveniently enough have a vacation scheduled from which we hope to bring you another Runway DFW at Large episode from an airport we've been to before out of the country. And if it's an extended close down of Founders Plaza, we'll just do some more shows over from Dallas Love Field. Heath Shelton is a new Twin Jet member. Thank you, Heath. Roadstone says, I think the 727 will be on the west. I believe it will be. It came in on the west last time. Texas Razorback, 727 third in line for the landing. Vince Kowaleski just saw the tri-jet on final looking westward in Frisco. Exciting. Spike 744 said, always happy to see wide bodies on domestic flights. That is nice to see. We don't care. Seems to have been an uptick in those flights, domestic wide-body flights on American recently. Maybe summer travel season. Heath Shelton. Well, listen, Heath, I didn't realize it was a downgrade. I thought you were already a member, but that's no problem. I'm very happy to have you here as a member in any sort. And if, you know, if the situation is such that it's a burden, please do not feel obliged to be a member. We welcome you in any configuration. Subscription is free.
RDAT Park, clear for takeoff, 1 runway 870.
Planes for Life is checking us out from Galveston, Texas. Craig Russell, channel member. Hello, I'm back from a little road trip. Good to see you here. Larry Brown, channel member, sitting outside flying my drone, and a KC-46 flies right over me. Very unusual flight path, too. I think it's headed to Joint Base McGuire. Michael Fortner says, how do you become a member? I don't see the option. I'm not, I think on mobile, it may not be an option, depending on what, if you're on iOS or Android. But if you go to a desktop, if that's an option, you can see what the options are there. So thank you for your consideration. All right, let me check up on, oh, here it comes. Whoop. Here comes the 727.
RDAT B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 391.
20 left on Hawaii, Envoy 4208.
Snuck up on us. Buttery tri-jet landing that we do not see very often.
And Tower, American 2740 Heavy. I guess we're going to have to go back to D terminal.
Sounds like that O'Hare-bound American Airlines 777, I think it was. Or was it a 777? It's got to go back to Terminal B. Not sure why.
RDAT B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, runway 4208. 18 left, runway 3567.
Certified to American 391.
So for our second consecutive broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, a 727. Now it's going to go out later tonight. I think, owing to the, let's see, Jeff and Mass 1 saying that plane had those retrofitted engines on it. Craig Russell says, is that a Boeing 727? Yes, it was. Josh Aldrich, a blast from the past. Joshua LeClaire, when was the last time a 727 came to Dallas-Fort Worth? It was Thursday, at least as far as I know. I don't know if it came in yesterday, because it wasn't here yesterday, but it did come in Thursday evening. We saw it come, and we saw it go. Today, however, oh, yes. Heath Shelton says, that was built in 1981, wasn't it?
1981.
You are correct, sir. And I apologize for not enunciating that whilst we were seeing it, but I'm so enthralled by actually seeing that plane that I just I didn't even think about the 20th century nature of it. So here is that 7879 Dreamliner, which had been on its way to Chicago O'Hare. It is going back to the terminal. Don't know why. I didn't hear. I just heard the pilot say we have to go back. It's an 8-year-old plane. It was scheduled to leave at 6:35. It is now 7:53, and maybe some of the crew timed out or something. I don't know. But some disappointed passengers. Now I suspect that American has other O'Hare-bound flights during the evening. They've got a lot of flights that go between here and O'Hare because it's another American Airlines hub. But that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. So, what I was trying to start to say is that I don't want to get anybody alarmed, but I'm just not feeling 100% today. So I think we're going to end it now. You saying goodbye? Oh, I'm going to go too.
Oh, okay. You all done?
Yeah, just pretty much. So, yes, so there's Ascending Dragon 1 and Anna the Dispatcher headed out. You got the 727.
First time I've seen one in real life.
I haven't seen. Now I thought I'd seen a USA Jet DC-9 over at Love Field before. Are you familiar with that? Yeah.
It's an MD.
Is it an MD-80? I thought it. Yeah.
It was over here the other day.
Yeah, it's a cargo
right.
carrier.
Yeah.
Staying with you, man.
Okay. Well.
My dad used to fly this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so
wow. Wow. Well, I mean, yeah, it's a former American Airlines plane. I could have been on that once.
There you go. See?
All right. So you guys are going. Thank you for stopping by. We'll see you again soon. Oh, no problem. Bye-bye. There's Anna the Dispatcher and Ascending Dragon 1. And so now, I know it seems a little early, but honestly, I think the sun today has taken a bit out of me, I should say. So here we go. Yeah, you know what that music means. It means we're about to pack up. We have for you coming up, I know, you know it, you love it, our official exclusive feature called Chatstravaganza. It's coming up right after we say goodbye to you here. We've had a pretty good day. 747, 727. I think we did we see a 757 today? I'm not sure we did, but at any rate, we saw most of the planes. An A340 300, we got that. That was good. We will be back with you probably Tuesday, some night next week. Keep your notification bells engaged. Thank you very much to our channel sponsor, James Webb, who not only is the official channel sponsor of Runway DFW, but also chimed in with another $200 super chat during this broadcast. Thank you so much, James, if you're still watching. What else? Thank you to our Runway DFW Moderation Federation. Am I cutting my head off? I'm cutting my head off. I need to go down more. Thank you to the Runway DFW Moderation Federation, all you guys and gals who help make this chat a very pleasant place to hang out for plane spotters, aviation aficionados, just people hanging out. We'd like to thank our channel members, who we enumerated earlier in the broadcast, to all of our subscribers, new and old, and to just you, if you're viewing us, if you just tuned in and you're wondering what this is all about, maybe you've got a little bit of an idea, and maybe you'll come back and see us. So that's it for us. Happy contrails to you until we meet again on Runway DFW.
3705.
Making you feel good.
One boy there, 130. And go down the whole short of
Here's another blast from the past.
Flight left on the way.
Runway 18 left, American 11 here.
Last line up to White American 841. Byron 18 left, service takeoff American 841. Vision 1 right, runway 3954. Runway 3954, I don't know if you said it, but we got it now, runway 3954.
I was trying to point out to you an Atlas Air 747, which was landing in the background there as we finish our packing up. Listen, I would like to thank you out there for joining us tonight, or this afternoon, I should say. It's right about... Now we're still about 8 minutes away from sundown. Sorry I couldn't be with you longer today, but we'll try for a longer Saturday broadcast next week. But for the time being, it's been my pleasure to bring you the planes from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Hope you'll come back again on Runway DFW. If you're a new viewer, consider subscribing. I hope you will. Thank you to our members. Thanks again to our channel sponsor, James Webb, and a special thanks, as always, to our Moderation Federation. I see Anna the Dispatcher in here. I see Random Spotter still with us, hanging out as far as our mods go. And Josh Aldrich was here recently. I don't know if he's still with us, but thanks again to all of our great mods, and we'll see you soon on Runway DFW. Adios.
For overseas acts and promotional consideration furnished by Pan American World Airways, the world's most experienced airline. Pan Am makes the going great. This is Dick Tufeld speaking.